to participate. Can you hear me? Please confirm that you do hear me. So I would like to welcome you full-heartedly, those who made it. So it took us a while to wait until we got admitted. However, in any case, despite the fact that the overall topic is digitalization, one of the key sectors for digitalization, automation, and artificial intelligence somehow have to do with energy sector, oil and gas, and production, manufacturing. So today's session is called Analytics of Data, Predictive Analysis. So we have a wide spectrum of guests and lots of branches that they do represent. So Kinzhibek Duprashov, General Director, Kazanergy. Marina Trinka-Vespa, Managing Director, SLP, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Danyar Nasipov, General Director, Intelligent Digital Solutions. Marat Gagdulin, President, Kazakh British Technical University, and Aldigirey Namazbayev, Partner, Global Alpha Navigator Foundation. So please stay within the time frame, not more than 10 minutes. So, you know, we are pretty democratic. You could speak from where you sit. So, Mr. Kinzhibek, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, dear forum participants to Digital Almaty, my presentation is devoted to specialized analytical platform, which has been implemented together with smart software solutions upstream and Kazakh British Technical University. So could you please have the slide on? So slide number 2. Dear colleagues, so here comes the website and the slide. So before I start speaking about my topic, I would like to give a couple of words about the association. At the moment, Kazanergy is comprised of 60 plus oil and gas generic power organizations, and we embrace the entire cycle of oil and gas from exploration to production, refining and marketing. In terms of energy, it's the entire cycle to include generation and transportation of energy. So we position ourselves as expert association, enabling subjects of business and government in terms of interaction, and we find solutions for problematic issues typical for the industry. So, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, in his address during the second meeting of Kurultai, has mentioned about the necessity to ensure high-quality analytics and ensuring good state governance. And he said that we need to have a good network of expert sensors enabling to provide high intellectual products, and the governance depends on analytics. The state needs comprehensive studies and solutions for social issues, as well as we need the solutions to tackle down the agenda of the country. And yes, indeed, having local experts as well as the means to strengthen our local business will allow us to get focused and make efforts in order to find solutions in different sectors of economy. At Kazanergy, we totally support the head of state, and while preparing a national energy report for can I get back to the previous slide, please? I'm not pressing the right button. So while preparing national energy report, which we make every 2 years together with our partner S&P Global, we have faced a problem in terms of data collection and interpretation of data. So the same data was provided in different sources, and we need to use bits and pieces of data, and some data is not mentioned in the open sources. Sometimes it's hard to even purchase those data. And I would like to reiterate that state agencies and quasi-state enterprises use fragmented data. There's a risk of having a wrong picture, and this is going to be leading to decision-making process errors and mistakes. So therefore, we have initiated to establish an analytical center that is going to be purposed at ensuring independent analysis of most important issues typical for oil and gas and energy sector, as well as to develop the recommendations in regards to strategic issues in oil and gas and energy sector. So the key tool for analytical center is analytical platform, which you could see on the slide. So we gather the data. It is so-called data library, and the collected data get verified get verified on a regular basis. And based on that verification, we provide analytics and come up to the visual interpretation. We have created open source solutions and now have ready products allowing us to have the focus in terms of crude production, and that data is incorporated by the 33 most leading oil and gas companies in Kazakhstan. So we are enabled to make focus in terms of consumption and demand for oil and gas. And this year in particular, we are committed to keep continuing this platform with gas information, pipe-related information, transportation, refinery, petrochemistry, and so on. So starting from 2024, the branch departments, thanks to the analytical products, make recommendations based on the decisions, based on true data and authenticity based principles, as well as being able to analyze historical data since Kazakhstan gained its independence, as well as to incorporate independent sources of information. As I said to you before, the architecture of the platform is based on the proposal The platform architecture is based on open source code. This was done in order to orchestrate all of the sectors of the platform and to have PostgreSQL API in order to manage the uploading processes, as well as to clear and the supersend in order to manage the tables and graphs, as well as to have adaptive web interface in order to seek for interaction with the platform. So the analytical platform is the tool for the center being used in order to develop analytical products of different levels of complexity, descriptive analysis, that are needed for complete presentation diagnostics, analytics, allowing to understand the root causes, have modeling and forecasting opportunities, as well as prescriptive analytics in the form of inquiries and reviews of the industry. So I will make a reference of logics of one of the analytical models, investment potential, and this has already been completed. So the topics that you see on the slide is something that we get focus on. So economically feasible profile and the efficiency of the given investment project are being analyzed, the taxation regime, investment attractiveness of the sector is something that we pay our utmost attention to. It's necessary to mention about those items, have those items and issues analyzed, and help out the government to manage investment processes within the sector. And this actually allows us for more analysis to include historical data and the parameters such as price for oil, inflation, and the taxation indicators and so on. And as a result, benchmarking operational data and financial indicators also get incorporated under the analytical reports. So in terms of step-by-step development of the analytical center, we will have eventually the situation when the library will get expanded, and we plan to have gas industry and oil and gas infrastructure, generation of power, environment, and labor relations will be exposed to analysis as well. So summing up, I'd like to say that this platform is a good solution from the indicative standpoint and enabling forecasting. We also do have a chance and will commit to more thorough analysis, and I would like to express my hope that as a result of our reports and analytics based on authenticity of data is going to be something demanded by the authority, energy companies, to include both local and foreign investors. Dear colleagues, we do have our personnel members, the chair of the center, analytical center. If you have any questions, you may ask them. Thank you. Thank you, Kinjibek Niyazovich. Yes, indeed, we have some issues with the sound. So you could speak from where you sit. So let us give the floor to Marina. The company used to be named Schlumberger. It is one of the top 500 companies from all around the world. So I'm giving a brief. So the floor is yours, madam.
Can you hear me? Oh, much better. So good afternoon, everybody. Please let me express my gratitude for the. Just press this one. Please let me express my gratitude for being invited for the second year to this absolutely fantastic event. That is giving me a lot of energy and a lot of perspective on what new generation is looking after. So I'm representing SLB, former Schlumberger here, and I see so many young faces in the room. I think that you may not know what our company is doing. But we are we are ready to celebrate our 100-year anniversary, working as a service company in oil and gas industry. And we are very proud that during the 100 years, we've been at the front run of many innovations in this industry. We also have a digital division that is probably 30 years old now. And we built and software application for the entire cycle in the oil and gas industry, and we work with the companies in the energy space, with universities to provide our solutions. So I would like to cover a little bit the topic of the digital. I'm a strong believer that we have been digital since many years. But we are looking today to the new technology like cloud, like AI, like machine learning. And inside our company, we look how we can democratize, how we can use all this technology at a larger scale, how we can help our industry to be more efficient and more more advanced in using these technologies. And again, inside our company, we focus on three main elements. First of all is create a data-driven culture. For example, the digital division has around 3,000 people around the world, and most of this population is coming from an engineering background, geologists, geophysicists, so they haven't been really exposed to AI culture, to the new technologies. So we are looking how we can upskill this population to be able to handle the current environment. We're also looking on how we can connect people, technology and process, and how we can use the technology to solve our industry problem rather than just using technology for the sake of using technology. And lastly, we are looking to see how we can fast track the cycle of innovation in our company and how we can bring solution incorporating the AI, incorporating the machine learning faster to our clients, working together on solving this problem. So just to speak about the creating this data-driven culture, we have a partnership with an AI company that is called Data IQ. And together we develop what we call an AI academy, where we jointly cross-train our population and we provide to them knowledge about what AI, what big data, what machine learning is doing. We also launch a train to the trainer program. We are spread as a company in more than 100 countries. So it's very difficult to train people in 100 countries. What we try to do is to train a certain population that can disseminate the knowledge inside the geographies. And we also, we try to create all these people, put these people together, create communities that they can discuss and they can progress together. So I have few statistics from our company, but we've been very successful on upskilling the people from classical oil and gas background in using data, in using data science, analytics, and artificial intelligence technology. Just this is, as I mentioned, this is a very targeted program from people in our industry, where we teach them about general concept of programming, data management, technologies, data kit tools in the AI space. But we use all this knowledge in the context of our industry, and we bring the domain experience, blending it together with the AI. And we also have practical training, working in data sets that are relevant for our industry. The second point on connecting technology, people, and process. I think this is a. Oh, sorry, this is an old presentation. I will just use this slide. But I'm trying to. I mentioned this partnership with the Data IQ. This is a company that have been founded in France in 2017. And their philosophy is to democratize AI. They believe that every person can use AI in their professional and private life, and they try to make this to explain AI in a such way that is very easy to be understood and to be used by general population, without necessarily having a data science or AI or IT background. So we formed this partnership in 2019. And this is the basis of what we are doing inside our company, what we are working with our clients, trying to scale up the digital in our industry. And they are coming with a very strong toolkit for AI. We are bringing ourselves, our domain expertise, and our ability, our 30 years experience on building solutions that can be used at the enterprise level. I think that's the last point that I want to make is how we can fast track this cycle. Historically speaking, in our company, we do work on budgets, on 3-year budgets, annual budgets. So from the moment when we decide on building a software to the moment when a client, the market see that software, it may take years and a lot of very expensive investments. So we recognize the fact that this kind of model in the actual industry is not sustainable. So we did create what we call, we did create a methodology from experiment to full impact, trying to shorten the cycle, have a prototype very fast, few weeks, 1-2 weeks, have a prototype, deploy that prototype, learn from that experience, and after that build the final solution and scale up to enterprise level. And what is unique on this approach is that we try to do this together with the client, solving problem of that client rather than doing in our own. So we built this innovation factory. It's a physical center that exists in a few places around the world: Houston, Rio, Oslo, Abu Dhabi, Beijing, and Kuala Lumpur. And we also have small expertise in each other country, including in Kazakhstan. And we really try to use this mechanism to bring all this new technology, the tools, the toolkit of Data IQ, Spotfire, any other. We continuously monitor the market to look for technologies in the AI space that can be brought to our industry. So yeah, till today we have already 26 innovation patents. We have working in more than 30 countries across the world. A lot of efforts we are doing with ADNOC, developing solutions and platforms from the future, incorporating all this technology. So I would say that for Kazakhstan, what is our message is that we are very keen to have this to get into the AI journey together with the local market. We are looking for the local partners, and we are here today together with IDS signing a protocol of collaboration. We are also actively monitoring the startup market in Kazakhstan, looking for solutions that we think can enhance our expertise and our portfolio of products that we offer to the clients. And also we are very closely working with agencies, with different regulator agency to see how we can improve the, I would say, the environment, the overall environment in Kazakhstan. We have discussion about, public cloud, cyber security, and bringing expertise from other parts of the world on how we can handle this kind of topics. So I hope that the young generation doesn't see our industry as a kind of old dinosaurs, and I'm looking forward to answer to our questions and to share more what we are doing in this space. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. We're so glad that for undersurface modeling, and this could be the enhancement of drilling program thanks to non-conventional resources like shale gas, and the value from drilling could be downtime for accented. in order to make sure that there's going to be no unplanned suspension of the rig. And enhancement of indicators in terms of health and safety. In terms of production, overall the value is to ensure a better speed of crude production. So should we get IoT and SCADA at the well? We know that once the well got suspended, we can respond in a timely manner in order to make sure that by the end of the week we don't go into details in terms of why something has not happened. The next slide talks about the upstream segment, has to do with digital maturity, and exploration overall actually is pretty matured. So from integration to AR, because for over 80 years modeling and simulation is one of the most advanced tendency in terms of geology of reserves, and I have no doubts that in terms of in terms of development, there's going to be a good perspective as well. So the entire set of ER modeling for on-surface facilities. So in terms of production, I would like to demonstrate using our reference. So the KTM, for instance, we do have integration and visualization. So there is a business case that I will brief you about later on. So overall, in terms of data, what I'd like to mention about OSDU is the common standard open subsurface data universe, which is the open platform, and large operators such as SLB and PAM, Microsoft, Dell, they developed that standard. And should we get some value from our data, we have to make sure that we adhere to a common standard, and then lift the level up to the international standard. And I know that they have added into the strategy of Kazakhstan up to 2030 that standard, and there's going to be more value to structure the data. And with SLP, the idea is to scale up, later on to scale up the project. And back in November, during the Digital Summit, I remember companies making presentations in regards to their solution. And now we're going to be piloting those solutions very soon in Kazakhstan. So now let me talk to you about the success cases. And success case in big data precisely. So during the pandemic, I guess many companies have faced the situation back in 2020, and they started thinking, it was the first time ever when Brent went down up to down to $19, and then many companies started investing into optimizing their their operational expenses. And KVP is a company from Norway. They do have partners, so they have $6 million cost efficiency, just thanks to optimizing in ESG specifically, and plus they used machine learning in order to identify water pollution. Next is Brazilian company, so again plus $6 million thanks to optimizing the production, artificial intelligence, and cloud data use. Shell, Microsoft, C3AI, same, they do have really good cases, and Saudi Aramco, the decline in emissions by 50%. So we're speaking about international giants, and they all do have the partners in terms of digitalization, the technology partners, I mean. And now, allow me please to demonstrate the example from the project that we have already been implementing so far. So over here, the site demonstrates well portfolio optimization reference. That is a geology-based project, and that project was implemented for one private company, second-level company, to be precise, and overall automation for KTM and geological events was different, and for each well the intention is to have certain recommendations to be provided by the geologist in terms of the action plan and the events. So that used to be routine work, something that would be done manually, and now we do have the programs for reservoir development, and sometimes you don't have enough time, you don't have a chance to focus the unplanned suspensions, and those could be the issues to tackle down. Over here you could see the solutions. So that solution was also introduced together with SLB. And in Kazakhstan, our company became the first company in that regard. So we automated the routine work. So what we do is we do the screening, and each and every well, starting from 2012, has the accumulative data. And machine learning is used in order to make proposals in terms of potential debit, speaking specifically about, how much could be optimized, where the stimulation could be ensured, and so on. So the solutions in fact actually help out to have the recommendation developed and have the solution taken in a timely manner. And those are the top candidates. So top 10 candidates that are the most suitable in terms of rating for the well and the events that could be actually ensured. In terms of the effects, so we demonstrated 3 wells, and after the WPO recommendations, so we do have the inputs that you see on the screen, up to 98%. The crude flow actually was increased, and well number 3 demonstrates better performance, and that was a result of WPO. So all of those solutions. So we have touch screen. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. And the second project is being implemented at the moment, and thanks to the work of our team, it was awarded by the Prime Minister, and this project has been implemented, as I said to you before, as an integrated coal mining, so digitalization. So at the moment we are at the stage number 3, AAP systems. And again, there's much to be done, and integrating the data through the ERP systems, the dispatching systems, and so on. So again, this is the expected result, which we expect to reach until 2026. In the end, I wanted to add about gas energy platforms. So we've been implementing it together with the association. I just wanted to add that The objective, actually, in fact, is to the team that Kazakhstan represents have made it clear that we need to make a tool that would be able to forecast financial and economic parameters. And we started with oil first, so this is going to be a Bloomberg for oil and gas sector for Kazakhstan. And under that sector, on an annual basis, we have problems with fuel and so on. So those forecasts, after the project is complete, is going to be accessible by the public. And the last point, the closing slide, and I wanted to add, in accordance with McKinsey 2020 again data, in oil and gas, in many industries, there's only 1% of data being used. So just 1%, as I said to you before. So again, there's potential here. And all we need to do is, as it was said by Marina, culture needs to be developed, technology, and we need to launch some pilot projects. We do have cases on putting the people together when that data scientist would be working together with the subject matter expert. And this works, actually, and I think that stage by stage the culture will be changed. So again, I think that we need to start treating the data more seriously as an asset. So data is a new currency, and that data could be converted into effective production. Thank you, Daniyar. I would like to congratulate you after the whatever you will have after you sign the agreement with SLB. So in terms of potential candidates, what does this mean? So roughly one field is 100 well, right? Different types of wells. So Mr. Ibrashov knows that a geologist would decide what well would be maintained first. Why? Because that person would work there for 20 years. Now the technology allows us to decrease the human factor, and the processes that we have in oil and gas, like strikes, to a certain extent are somehow related to digitalization. There is going to be less manual work needed in that sector. So in accordance with the international structures, up to 15% of oil men in the upcoming years may be left without jobs. So from one standpoint, that's a challenge for oil men and an opportunity for those dealing with digitalization, for you to find a niche and simplify the objectives for the oil man. So what is needed from students who will be engaged in oil and gas? Let us talk about this later on. So Mr. Gabdulin, the British University. So dear participants to the forum, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to share the results in terms of rating of Atomican National Entrepreneurship Chamber. So oil and gas industry, geology, specialties, big data, IT, automation and management. Those specialties have the first positions in terms of rating amongst higher education institutions. And one of the indicators, of course, is employment. So I'd like to say that, yes, indeed, our alumni are demanded by the market. And let me mention about one of the projects that we have launched. In the beginning of this year, we started working on the project together with Caspian Neft. They have a field in Arankol, in Atarau region, and that field was totally digitalized. So that's a field. And one of the objectives is to have the computer class for digitalization and control over the mini field and to receive data, real data from iron coal field, so that our students will get in dispatching center, and we're going to be processing them and make the models. So one of the issues that our students face, yes, indeed, we do have the packages, Schlumberger packages for modeling, the packages provided by Baker Hughes and so on. However, as Kaspineft said, they are interested in processing the real data that could be provided at disposal of our students. As Danyar said, one of the classrooms will be totally equipped with a server receiving the data in real time from iron coal field, and on the other hand, it's going to be totally a VR class. And in 3D goggles, the students will be able to see the field, analyze the data, and have different simulations. So this is already possible for them to do. The second objective for the project, we have a special economic zone called PIT Alatal, and this is used in order to provide training for oil and gas professionals as well as for maritime academy students. So the intention is to have a training site with 5 wells of different types. So, and those wells will be different range wells, as I said to you before, the propelled wells, and the entire field is going to be digitalized and equipped with different types of sensors so that the students could get the data and then apply it while building their models and so on. I think that this is going to be one of the brightest examples when the students in real-time fashion would be able to create their own models. And as I said to you before, we have amongst our partners Schlumberger, we have packages by Emerson's, Eclipse, and so on. So students could use data coming from iron coal and our training site and have them analyzed in a real-time manner, as well as to create their models. And one of the projects is Strifel. We signed the agreement, and this spring our students will have a visit tour, and the intention is to have seismic imaging exchange, and students will be able to process their own geological models. And one of the references, together with Kazmunagas, we created an analytical system for dispatch center, and it's been functioning 6 years in a row already, and we have the director of ID department, Baurjan Hasenov, and in the future I think that we'll be able to discuss the issue of what needs to be done next and how to make forecasts, not to just get the data but to develop our own models in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Muratbek. Modeling, yes indeed, is a very complex and high-tech sector. And an oil field is not just one reservoir. You have to deal with different structures, and what model you pick impacts upon how much you produce. You may produce in a fast fashion. However, the crude will go away, right? And the oil recovery in average is 30/35%. In the United States, the recovery is 50/55%. Yes, geology could be different, but overall, thanks to the technologies to include modeling, the field may allow you, to produce twofold more crude. So should the KBTU have modeling opportunities, that's cool for the investor. And Kaspineft that you mentioned is a relatively small company, but they pay a lot of taxes than Karmet. And right now, let me give the floor to the last speaker, AI and capital market. So Global Life Navigator, please. Good afternoon. Could I have my presentation, please? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to add more to the panel discussions. I don't represent oil and gas. I represent financial sector. It's called Global Alpha Navigator. We work at the stock market, and we deal with investments and throughout the globe, actually, in U.S., Europe, and we also work in China and with the Chinese companies. In terms of my background, I have studied at the Poly Technology School, and then I had my MBA from Boston, and worked in the World Bank later on, international financial operations. So being at the edge of technology and finance is something really close to my heart. So we opened our foundation, and currently we use both predictive analysis and artificial intelligence in financial sector. I just wanted to share my experience in this regard. In terms of application in finance, there's such a thing as robo-advisory, right? So large investment banks like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan use it. You know, there's no need to call the bank, right, and talk to a person, right? You may be consulted by a robot, in fact. In regards to what class of assets you got to be investing, in what proportions, and so on. And predictive analysis, fintech, of course, risk management is one of the key factors. And risk management could be of need where you would have the numeric methods and other types of methods. And chatbot technologies allow you to optimize your conversations with the clients, as well as the automation of bank operations, credit scoring, collection of debts, and so on. And of course, the compliance to legislation, all of that needs to be verified, and AI is something that's been actively used by financial sector. Personalized banking is also a very interesting trend. So you might be having some requirements in terms of financial products. You don't need to go to the stages, technical analysis, so maybe monitor different indicators, like MACD and so on. And thanks to artificial intelligence, we monitor social networks, and there's a mentioning of that company. You know, there's such a network as Chipotle in U.S. You know, and before that news got distributed and disseminated in media, before that news ended up in stock exchange, we understood that you could make money at the short positions. You know, you could make money using the lowering of the price and the situations when the price goes up. So the three factors coincided together, so people made a lot of money. So you could also monitor some social trends, you know, and there's such a company as Victoria's Secret. So analyzing the social networks, we found out that in the US there's a fashion for girls saying no to bras, and you know, we have identified that before it was reflected in the stock papers, you know, so we made a lot of money investing in Victoria's Secret. Just wanted to share this information in order for us to have more chill conversation. So we're waiting for this fashion in Kazakhstan. Well, anyway, the robots get me scared, but I think that this is the future of the mankind, and the role of the human being is something that we're going to be talking about. So now the Q&A session starts. So Kinjibek Niazovich, you presented a great platform in terms of oil and gas and energy sector overall, but we know that once you use Big Four data, that data is something that you have to pay for. In terms of Kazanergy platform, is it going to be free of charge, or you could pay for it? Non-audible, sorry. We've been discussing this with our partners. As I said to you before, the data costs a lot of money. We have international companies, and we have to pay for their data. So CMP Global, Affinitive, we receive data from International Atomic Energy and so on. Partly we get access to some data. For some data we have to pay. The data coming from the analytical center under the auspices of the Ministry of Energy. For members, we do have our own discounts and so on, and because the data belongs to the members of the association, but in terms of having it provided at the commercial market, we have no idea how much the package of data could cost. All right, thank you. If you have any questions, you could raise your hand, and you will be given a mic to ask.
Да, представьтесь, пожалуйста.
Please introduce yourself. Good afternoon. State Credit Bureau, Kadyrov Konush. I just wanted to ask KBTU President, as an IT expert, so as far as I'm concerned, KBTU has joint programs, microfinance and data science, IT risk management together with the National Bank. So in the future, are you planning to have any shifts in IT that could be handed over from oil and gas to IT? So the future IT experts need to be fully engaged in your business. Yes, indeed. This year we launched together with the National Bank 3 MBA programs, and all of those programs are interesting by being at the age, so financial risk management, and 6 subjects have to do with data scientists. Let's take a pause.
Все закончили вроде бы. Да, и здесь, конечно, мы уже сейчас вводим Data Science, специальность
And yes, indeed,
с лабораторией, например, Honeywell.
We've been putting a main thread of data science in all of the sectors. We have the Honeywell lab, for instance, and that could be interesting not only for management but also for oil and gas and chemical engineering. We are proud of having 10 schools working in different areas, and data science, not data science, but IT is going to be our flagman.
Да, и здесь IT.
Yes, and IT is going to be the main area that we're going to be mixing with other specialties in the future. And as it was said before, once we have our own data, then yes, we could actually enrich other specialties with them. Muratbek, speaking overall, do students have preferences, so are they saying no to traditional oil and gas, or they're still in it? So this year, the admissions was maximum in comparison to other higher education institutions in Kazakhstan. Yes, indeed, they still prefer conventional oil and gas, but 50% of our students actually is IT related somehow. But others, of course, make it. So we have 256 students who have admitted this year, who have been admitted this year. So the trust in oil and gas, that's good. So more questions, please. Let me ask Danyar. Yes, please. Excuse me.
Добрый день. Лыскова Ольга.
Good afternoon, Vaskova Olga, KPO. I have a question to Danyar. So, do you plan to develop solutions on ESG? To include reporting, of course. In terms of ESG, our company also does have ERP system. We're developing it. It's not going to be ESG. So the case that I have demonstrated to you does have the modules on all of the business processes, HR, procurement, warehouse, you name it. And we plan to, starting from this year, to start developing modules that would have to do with ESG. However, there's certain complexities, I'd say, in regards to the reporting and accountability, how we have to automate this process. We gotta have the tool to automate environmental data, for instance. You could do the same using the website of the Ministry of Ecology, but until the end of this year, we will have the solutions, because HR has been totally automated. There are modules that are interlinked and related. Yes, indeed, there's going to be an ESG solution. It is expected. Thank you. Danyar, when something is getting introduced by your company, there is some opposition to something new, and people have a feeling as if their job is not going to be valued in the future. Don't you have a feeling that people are not that happy with you having digitalized their work, and they become obsolete? Well, I think that before every single introduction of any digital technology, that question pops up, to be honest with you. But however, we do have the change management tools. We partner with the top managers. We demonstrate the value of the product. We explain how this is going to be simplifying the operations of the company overall. And it is often when our position is well perceived, and we haven't had complexities of that nature so far. Because once the employees see the value and they realize that that product is going to lead to a better world to them, they don't object. Alrighty, then let me ask the final question, Alzigirey. So you know about the test in the end of the year, a dog and a monkey, could pick up the cube, with the name of the company. And, in 50% of the cases, that choice could be more effective compared to investment brokers. So just simple choice made by the animal. So the artificial intelligence that has only facts that it operates with, is there any chance that the companies could, rise out of blue? Well, in fact, nobody is aware about the future. If you're going to say that I am the fortune teller, you're going to go to the prominent fortune tellers. But, artificial intelligence reads the signals existent at the market. There are certain indicators, positive, negative, and so on. And artificial intelligence uses them as hooks, So it takes from 1 to 3 months for us, to look at whether we can make money thanks to the investment. There's always a accident to it, right? And AI is all about this theory of probability, right? So there's always a chance that something may come up, you know. Nobody is secured from the risks, you know. Even crossing the road, there is a risk of being hit by the car, right? Or you can take a flight and die in an incident, you know. However, the mathematical expectation of income provides you with some hedge, with some competitive advantage. Thank you. So let us thank all of the speakers today, and thank you for the session, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was a great discussion. Thank you to the organizers of the forum. And now let us start signing the memorandum between IDS and SLB. Thank you.
Дорогие участники, проверьте, пожалуйста, свои номерки. Кто-то выронил. 1202. Кто-то остался без...
бәріне барша көрермендерге.
I would like to greet you all, dear participants. We would like to welcome you all to Digital Almaty. And within this forum, we're going to be looking at accessible digitalization and accessible IT, as well as accessible artificial intelligence, as well as my name is Salamat. I am a director of DirectNet company. Starting from 2019, we deal with smart production issue, and we have done a lot in that direction. So speaking about those who are going to be presenting, a famous prominent expert, the chief of Caspian Neft, general director, Smart oil field iron coal, Sirik Turan. And let us get acquainted. The next presenter is Kanat Jumaliyev. He is the representative of NCOC, so he is the lead technologist there, and he will bring us to the point in regards to professional qualities for the leading engineer. And the next speaker was invited to participate to this session. He represents data science department of Chevron, Mr. Bekmurat Spaev. And the next speaker, he has devoted many years working with sensor technologies, multi-phases, and complex systems. He is the director of ABA Systems, Abayev. And the next speaker, we can be proud of him as well, and he is the technical director of many companies. So they are the domestic producers, and they deal with big data, and they partner with Zin Kharajambas Munai, and they have digitalized the wells at those fields. So this is the panel that we gathered under the auspices of this topic. And I would like to talk to you and inform you that this is going to be a discussion. This is not going to be a presentation mode. So we would like to discuss with you what technologies we have and how to make those technologies more accessible. Actually, this could be made by any discussion. So in order to do that, we need to have the discussions arranged. So the next slide. So before we start this topic, we made the survey. DirectNet was used to arrange the survey. High price and efficiency used to be the problem 10 years ago, and it still remains a problem. So therefore, we decided that we needed to make an analysis, a thorough analysis of what becomes an obstacle in order to ensure the accessible technology and ensuring accessible technology and accessibility of the technology. And you could see the information on the screen. So you might be asking a question, so why do we need it all? Why do we need all of those initiatives? And actually, the response is really sitting on the surface. You know, we shouldn't be thinking about the technology in a separate mode. You know, so there's an opinion that the production needs to be stopped, but the major point is that the technology, production technology, I mean, is really expensive. So the speakers made a thorough analysis on the topic. So the first question that I would like to ask, digital transformation and AI, why do we need them? Is there any business efficiency? Good afternoon, dear participants to the forum. I would like to say that I'm very happy to talk to you. And Mr. Salamat, answering your question, I'd like to say that the digital transformation is needed for a purpose. And President has given us the instructions. He's mentioned about the requirements of today. Everybody has a cell phone. It's so hard to find a person without one. And yes, indeed, should the companies be competitive and strive for competition and try to actually make sure that the price for the product goes down, inevitably in order to have the technology developed, artificial intelligence is to be applied as much as possible. And artificial intelligence is going to be even more broadly spread compared to the previous period. So your question in regards to why is it so expensive? Yes, I would like to admit maybe 6 years ago it was the case, but not right now. And automation in fact is arranged in the most efficient manner, and the sensors from year to year become more and more less expensive. And digitalization again proves that this is something that everybody wants and needs in the daily routine life. So we're seeking for less impact as a result of the human factor, and the forecast becomes more precise, and the chances that we're going to be having less expenses and less loans, will be able to understand how much we could potentially make thanks to the digital solutions. Thank you very much. Many companies have been introducing digitalization. And I'm not talking about the small companies and small volumes of production. So what would you like to say, dear participants to the forum, dear colleagues? Thank you very much for your question. Well, indeed, based on our practice and overall, it could be me, it could be others dealing with digital transformation. I would like to oppose the opinion saying that only the large companies are prone to digitalization. No, it is suitable for smaller scale companies. Automation and digitalization overall allows us to have less expenses indeed, to ensure more safe operations, since there is sophisticated equipment being used simultaneously at the same time, and actually in order to avoid the technological losses or even the physical injuries of the personnel members, you have to make sure that you have a proper control over the devices. For instance, in case if you make the monitoring over the performance in a proactive manner, then it's really easier for you to say what the benefit could be from such a safe operation. So in your daily routine work, artificial intelligence, could this be used actually? How could? Well, good afternoon, dear participants to the forum. Yes, indeed. I'd like to say that we use AI every day, and in terms of production of crude, this is something that has infiltrated each and every operation. So every single minute we somehow address artificial intelligence, because production of oil requires us to process a lot of data, big data, working with big data. And it's really important to collect data in a timely manner and analyze that data. So through digitalization, thanks to it, we can control the data processing. We can actually make sure that we have less expenses and that the costs become more efficient, more effective compared to the previous periods and so on. So that's something that everybody needs and requires. Thank you so much. Yes, we mentioned about big data helping out, and this largely depends on the infrastructure. Some companies are unable to do so because they need to have proper equipment. I would like to ask Arhat you about those matters. Well, good afternoon. Let me say a couple of words in regards to the future for artificial intelligence. We do have large companies, major companies like Caspian Neft, who need to collect information every single minute. However, what I'd like to say is that there's companies who make less money and they don't have enough expenses to be intensified. And 15 years ago, for instance, the tendency was that we stick to the traditional, conventional technologies, and it is pretty hard actually to process everything manually, and that could be suitable for the small scale local companies. And Internet of Things, for instance, is something that we need to strengthen. We do realize that there's a problem. No matter what client we could approach, they would respond that it is so expensive that hard to provide you with the answer. However, there is an alternative. There is technology that are not that expensive, and it could be the wireless network, and the objective is to make sure that the information gets updated in an automated fashion, and data becomes actually the one that we could verify and ensure the authenticity of data. So, in fact, we have products like Unicol, and they have been running the product for 15 years in a row. So let me show you the device that we have invented. So in order to be competitive and compete with other companies, you've got to provide a solution that could be of a demand, and we need to actually demonstrate the value. We produce in Kazakhstan, we're 100% local producers, we concentrate and locate the facilities in here in-house. So we ensure that the technology that we use is the one that is the best fitted technology. Of course, you must be proud of your achievements and the fact that you have become the competitor to the international companies. And for instance, let us talk about the sensors, the small things and devices. So in regards to what you could use the sensors, have the slide projected on the screen. For instance, in Kazakhstan, 95% of pumps get verified in terms of levels of oil within that pump, and we measure pressure, we measure temperatures, and the digital data, for instance, is missing on such devices. So what we have to do at the moment, for instance, we have to manually measure the things that the parameters are mean and hand them over to the processing office. And what we would like to actually propose is to have the digital sensor, right? So the beneficiary feature is that it could send out the data. There's no need actually to physically transfer the data from one device to the other. So the engineers do have a chance to just concentrate on the job that they do have. So the echo sounder or the depth sounder enables us to simultaneously get parameters from 100 wells instead of just having it all processed in a manual manner. So I think that digitalization overall is really helpful in that regard, and it allows us to achieve the objectives that we have set to us previously. And this helps our personnel members to succeed, to analyze the data. So what about the dynamic and static parameters? So in terms of the static parameter, how well that the sensor is monitoring could be actually visualized. So actually, you could see on a screen how the things work. The depth sounder is based on the sound coming from the dynamic and the sound device. So the recording is provided simultaneously. However, at the same time, the device is mounted on the well. So it is not going to be the human being who makes the test, but it could be the automated fashion tests made by the machine. And the preference is that the precision is better, the frequency is stable, and so on and so forth. Now, let us talk about the updating. Let us talk about updating the data. So actually, in oil and gas, it's so important to ensure high precision of data, and this high quality processing of data. However, before we increase the efficiency, the question is, how could you enhance the decision-making process? Since quality matters a lot, so could you talk to us about the enhancement of quality? Certainly, the quality of data is really important. So, accuracy, authenticity, and stability of data, authenticity of data. For instance, our data, should they be clear and precise? Of course, our results will be precise and accurate. So, should our data be false or contain some errors, not cleaned enough, then the outcomes are going to be consequently full of mistakes and so on. So, therefore, firstly, we speak about the clearance of data. So the way we interpret the data, the way we present the data, up to 60/70% of the entire workflow has to do with verification of data. So what elements do you use? So and tools. So we don't have as many tools, but Khanat, I would like to ask you. So, how can you get the quality data? In our daily operations, of course, we have to deal with data, since if we don't have the data, our wells and devices won't be able to be visualized. We shouldn't be forgetting about the high pressure, and you know that there's high temperature, high pressure there. So, in order to ensure safety, that data is really important for us. For instance, first of all, what comprises quality data? They have to be timely, accurate, and at our web oil fields we use the instrument, and you are well aware about that instrument. There's a pit or reservoirs that could be mixing out the, the water, oil, and gas, and we have to map the process actually, and labeling is important. And at the same time, we need to go beyond that box actually. And in this case, for instance, we use a digital management system. We use the special meters, and in fact, we have devices mounted on 3 to 4 wells, and the precision in that case, the accuracy, is lower than 5%. That's a very actually high percentage, and I could say could you please allow me to ask you about the 5%? It's good for the industry. However, what is the level of accuracy for the industry? I don't have such data. I can talk about the facts only, the facts that we have at Tengiz, and something that is important for our daily operations. And again, this data is really crucial for us, because again, I'm reiterating, the well in our case is being operated under very high pressures. Safety matters for us a lot. And thank you so much, Hanat, for your response. Now let me talk about the quality again in more depth. In terms of quality of data, a lot could be said. For instance, we would put the reports, we would put those data into the registers, and there are special engineers who would be putting the notes, and they would duplicate some of the numbers, they would put everything in hands. Of course, it leads to a quality of the work overall, and digitalization is something that is now generated by the machines, used to be generated by a human being. So in terms of empiric data, let us talk about that. We know that the digital technologies are important. So could you please tell us about the most effective technologies and the technologies that you could list while collecting data, and how can you actually enhance the resultfulness from the labor? I would like to name the technologies, right? Or is it okay if I just list them overall? For instance, in your organization, you have introduced a modern technology, let's say. You've seen the result, and while using the technology, you have seen the real, tangible result, right? So those who sell the technology might not know. You could see how the technology works, opposes to the aggressive marketing during the sales. You could see through and through. So we mentioned about the efficiency, and we mentioned about the necessity to ensure trust to those who develop the technology. Should we be actually equipping the equipment with certain sensors? Price matters, the prices could range. It could be low, it could be high, and so on. However, let's say some technology could be more expensive. However, often what we see is that in case if the price is low, as a rule, technology leaves much to be desired. So, no matter what is speak specifically when we deal with the digital technology, this is something that allows us to get rid of the human factor, which is the key, right? So some people, for instance, declare that data is data, and if high precision data is something that we will get easily, and then in that case we could see the visual, tangible changes of different natures. So we could control those changes and analyze them in the future. So by doing so, we could, in fact, open other things and make new discoveries. And we could actually increase the number of data, and the quality of data also could be ensured. And the predictability matters, and the next performance data could be as good as 100% accuracy, right? So here's the idea. The indicators will go up again thanks to a high quality of product. Thank you very much, Sirik. Now let us talk about the technology. Right. So could you please share what ideas we could look at? I would like to ask this question. David, the question is for you. Well, I do have the next slide, which I want to comment. So next one. So over here you could see more precise information in regards to my background. I used to be working for Kazakhstan for 10 years in a row, and we've been having a chance to experience both the positive and negative. Schlumberger, Roxanne, they've been pretty famous for having pretty expensive solutions. However, I can't say that the expensive solutions or expensive equipment is equal to high quality product. No, not necessarily so. For instance, debit, as you said, is to be measured, and this reference is very vocal. You could see the separating machine, and it allows us to divide the water and the gas. And you are aware about the fact that there are different types of pipes. And in Kazakhstan, there's the most important and one of the most popular products is depth meter. This was not made in Kazakhstan but in Norway. And what is the preference of having that? Again, it allows us to separate the crude from water, and should there's going to be water in the crude, then you will get the alarm. The most important feature is that indeed you can measure, actually physically measure, by pointing that meter. For instance, if debit is not unknown, you could actually use this device for measurement. I think that this is really effective, and we could actually move this height meter, and we could mount it at some pipe, for instance, and you could right away, find out and calculate what the content of water is. It is called called the float meter kata, and this is pretty prominent technology. So if you so tomorrow, if you don't have this sensor for other meters, right? And again, in terms of the pricing, in case if we take, 1 meter, it could be 25,000 US dollars. So over here, for instance, the comparison could be made in regards to what would be. So the sensors, could be adjusted actually, and the adjustment is to be. So, for instance, to have the information is a very complex process. However, what solutions would you suggest? Well, I'd like to say that I'd like to support David, and in case if we install this device, yes, indeed, this is going to be leading to tangible outcome. However, there's other options. For instance, in Kazakhstan, we have 200 wells, for instance, but the objective is not to have the data collected for the sake of collecting the data. No, it is really. So actually, that was the information that I wanted to share. The traditional sensors would be mounted on a mast, and in order to have the mast mounted, you gotta have a license and so on and so forth. But over here, we just put it in a pipe, and I think that this is really effective, and such a great benefit. For instance, the budget project is going to be variable. You could say that the price could be, different, and it could be 2,800, and this could be cut by 10. So again, this is the first time when I hear this information. For instance, you will get the information because thanks to the wireless devices, right? In some fields in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan, for more than 7 years, for instance, you might have 136 kilometers, right? And therefore the GSM will not be as precise. And for instance, you might not be having 220 word and Internet of Things, right? Why are we offered collaboration? We need the partners in order to have this issue tackled down. We started producing the sensors for measuring the pressure, for instance, and thanks to the batteries, those sensors could work, and the batteries last for up to 3 years, and and in other fields, the efficiency was proved, and the term of operation was proved as really efficient. And, for instance, you say that there's different methods to process information. I also heard about those technologies. Could you sum them up, the sensors? GSM, the major objective is in order to cover so we would have those measurement made in a digital format, right? So some of the fields might not have a Wi-Fi or any other connectivity. You might have the connectivity, and over here we speak about the getting license from the government and having the permit for the solution. And the pilot projects actually take up to 8 days, for instance, right? We have to demonstrate that, yes, indeed, the term provided was enough. And what I see here is that there was a change into the overall policy and procedures, and the bottom line is that it is less. It's very, very valuable information. Thank you so much. In regards to the infrastructure, I think that fair to say that those companies who do not have large incomes, they still can afford it. At least as the company that makes an effort, actually. It's important to reiterate that the large facilities that are good to go for up to 30 years, for instance, look at those perspectives and so on. So, and Chevron, Exxon, Shell, since they represent the future, they are the flagmen. So let me share my opinion in regards to the suitability for the company. Artificial intelligence, machine learning is something that we have to deal with right now. However, in the future there might be some other technologies, some other options, and some other optimizing processes, and a need to ensure the monitoring and so on in order to seek for future development. And again, this is done in order to ensure a shrinking of the expenses, and automation is not about leaving somebody without jobs. Actually, what matters is that the artificial intelligence could actually be ensuring a chance to automate some of the systems. And this helps us out to ensure safety. And artificial intelligence provides us with lots of analytics, similarities, and many others. So the modern technologies is something that are attractive for large companies. And do you have any know-how that could be really popular from the standpoint of any company? I can't share this information with you. Thank you. Well, we can understand you since large entities and institutions are engaged, and those dealing with the compliance matters, for instance, and so on. And this could have an impact upon the industry overall. And it's important actually to verify the efficiency. Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your understanding. Of course, we do have small and medium-sized fields. How would you describe artificial intelligence and the correlation to artificial intelligence? And Cedric, your engineering views. I wouldn't talk to you about the pure artificial intelligence. We have also introduced machine learning at our company together with Schlumberger. And for instance, we have arranged 2 technical events at KTL facilities, and up until now, a lot depended on the professionalism of our expert, actually, on how to interpret the data. And at the moment, all the companies, again, looking retrospectively, we could say that the training is available at a larger extent, to a larger extent, in a larger form. And of course, this automatically leads to, some recommendations. It is up to the operators, it is up to the end users to decide whether they need to and to what extent they need to use those recommendations. And the previous session actually was pretty extensively talking about this topic, and I'd like to demonstrate the figures of the common production, and I could comment on that. So let us get back to the previous slides. It is not the complete data. The intellectual smart field, so you could see the below trend as of 2008 and the forecast. This is the project document of the company. So we now experience phase 3 of production, and we produced up to 60%, and now we have experienced a decline. And after the modernization and optimization and completing the digitalization, and while adopting new digital technologies, we have digital models on field development. And after that, we increased the number of wells. That was done firstly, and secondly, the human being, we don't have less people. The technology helps us out to assist an operator. So the new people who are aware about the new modern technologies can contribute to make sure that we produce more in a more efficient way. And again, can we say that the field does have the extractable reserves? Yes, indeed, we can say so. And if we have 10 million and 6 million was extracted, for instance, the rest is to be extracted. At the moment, we extracted 11 million. Yes, 11 million, yes, indeed, 11 million have already been extracted. And we still need some in-depth analysis, some in-depth study, and iron coal is somebody that we frequently use in the smart field. Iron coal is a unique field. It was, I mean, we produced oil there since 2000, and in 2018 we completed the full-fledged automation, and we changed the technology in terms of what technology used in order to identify the water and oil, and that technology was changed, as I said to you before. The tactics has changed. Of course, that was not because of the virtual reality. It was something that we would do in a package, and the previous solutions didn't allow us to have that sets of works arranged. Kanat Mirza, I would like to ask you a question. In your opinion, for instance, in terms of your day-to-day work, right, if you analyze Internet of Things and machine learning, could you talk more about what you use at Kashagan? Well, actually, in Kashagan, the undersurface pressure is really high, and the gas has one of the largest figures in terms of pressures. Yes, so we also do have sulfur and sulfur oxide, and there is a very high percentage, and it is not secure. So we have to make sure that we collect quality data. It's really important for us. And a virtual floor is really important for us. And the wells with gas, what it helps us with, it helps us to make a forecast, and should the undersurface pressure be high and the meters for pressure get out of order, then that gas potentially is really dangerous, and therefore what I'd like to say is that the data gets collected, and we need to discuss it, and after that we have to make sure that there is a safe operations. It's really important. And I'd also like to mention about the cost effectiveness. Why? Since in our case, the oil production is directly related to gas production. So gas lift. Isn't it gas lifting? No, it's gas injection technology. No, this is really important technology. We need to make sure that the integrity of the soil is kept. This costs us a lot of money, and yes, indeed, the modern wells have to be actually wisely used. If we, ensure the integrity of the soil, then gas is going to be leaving the cavity, and there's always a risk that it may actually leave the pockets inside the soil. Actually, Kashagan is a really dangerous field, and we have to verify any tool that we wish to use. It's really, really hard, but it's doable, right? But on the other hand, we need the technologies in order to be successful in terms of what our colleagues from the oil and gas sector might use, since should we try it, test it using this using this field, then it's going to be less, you know, less headache, less heavy, I'd say, for the rest of the oil fields in Kazakhstan. From one standpoint, it is pretty hazardous, but it is at the same time, it is really doable. So, Rahat Mirza, you told us about the technology and the reason why everything depends on the market, as you rightfully said. And in your opinion, for instance, you may digitalize even the small fields, right? This is what you said. And of course, it is up to the company to decide. So we made a presentation in regards to the giant companies, and you may actually compare the prices. The prices actually can help you making up to a couple of hundreds of dollars. Well, as it was said before, you know, the companies realize that they gotta be digitalized, right? Since those people who work in this field, you know, they may not find this technology suitable for them. Why? Because sometimes, you know, you gotta have something, you know, kind of more decent, right? And I'd like to say that we do have one client, and they, in fact, actually, what they do is that they cannot actually go to see the well themselves, and speed data is so you know, they got used to, you know, and they wait for data, you know, because they're so you know, used to getting the data updated on a regular basis, you know, and then you call me and say, hey, you know, where's your data? And you know that we have the digital models that are able to make calculations in terms of hydraulics, but there's no people there, you know, there's no human being there, you know, no physical presence of an individual. There's just a device, you know, sitting on the pipe or sitting on a device and making the job. So how to interpret the data is a job of the person, right? For instance, the way it happens in many fields, you know, the predicators and predicative data is something that we've been always seeking for, you know. We often get asked about the layouts, you know, they keep saying to us, you know, we have so much money, so the budget is as follows, and I don't want to be simplifying the process, but overall, by the end of the day, it is all somehow have to do with money, and should we, you know, not stick to the result, then we won't succeed. Thank you very much. I wanted to say that we gotta have a collective thinking, right? And each and every enterprise, each and every entity is to provide the opportunities for brainstorming and then coming up to a decision. And technologies So why do we need that? Yeah. We could be proud of things like increase in terms of welfare of Kazakhstani citizens, and we got to be really, really closely looking at oil and gas. And do you have any questions? AI related, for instance. So please, you're welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Yildoz. I have a question. Do you GSM and internet Wi-Fi? So do you have the sensors every 15 kilometers? And could you please tell us more about how your devices are mounted? Oh, thank you. Once big data comes, lots of data, right? From different sources. And we provide small WiMAX, Wi-Fi, wireless devices, wireless networks. So the distance is 5 to 10 kilometers. But in this really case, you know, we picked the customized solution, and actually what's more important is that it's 80, the frequency is 80, and plus the distance is larger here. However, JPEG imaging is not getting transferred, only symmetry-based imaging. So that's the first point, and it is really, really convenient in terms of usage, since you could place the meters for temperature and pressure all under one auspices, under one umbrella. We used to be working with SCADA controller, you know, and you gotta have power provided, you know, you have to have it, you know, charged and so on. So anyway, there has to be a very steady communication between those sensors. And one more item. For our country, in fact, it is a really, really useful thing, and it enhances export potential for oil and gas, and everybody wants to develop that sector. So it's good. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. So good afternoon. So I have a question to you, Sirik Mirza. So let's go back to oil production. The level of soil gets deviated. So what do you do in order to fill in the cavity? Do you have any solutions? Well, the seismologists, you know, have to deal with this question. It's a pretty unpleasant question, actually. Maybe you are interested in this matter. Well, indeed, there's oil is not going to somewhere, you know. It gets transferred through the stones, you know, through the rocks, and that rock isn't going to be wasted. However, during production, there's keeping up with the empty pressure, and we do inject water to keep up the reservoir pressure. So as much crude as we make, you know, we have to inject the water, and in case if you don't fill in this cavity, you know, we won't be able to develop the field. So that's the first point. And there's always also the geodynamic monitoring, and every single field does have the sensors. So in terms of changes or adjacent changes, everything gets reported, gets prevented and avoided. That's a very interesting question. Thank you. Good afternoon. In the modern world, digital technology is attractive compared to the oil, and it's number 2 right now at the market. So actually, could you tell us if our business startups could be engaged in that and represented abroad? Let me respond. Do you mean Kazakhstani companies? Yes. Yes. We do have a high level of digital development. So can we revive those companies? Yes, indeed. We already have those companies. We have Manu, we have other companies who have succeeded. You know, they're small scale actually, but in fact they do have a good potential. And one more question actually. Support to be provided to Kazakh companies, you know, it is all about Kazakh users, Kazakh consumers. There's bidding, and Kazakh companies are given some preferences. So, should our clients support our Kazakh companies, then they will keep growing. Thank you. I would like to respond to this question. Actually, I do have the answer. In fact, in terms of directories, you know, digital is the new oil, and in terms of prices for data, you know, what data could become really expensive. You know, the data for fields that have reached the peak and then came to a lower level. So historically, there are lots of fields of that nature. And again, there's a necessity to analyze those fields in order to enable yourself to have a historic view, you know. So the oil comes first and then gas followed by crude. So before something gets changed, it's important actually to get the data. So for instance, if your field going to be generating water 5 years later, and in case if you want to have a field in operation for 5 more years, then you gotta have the data that could be fluctuated and tracked and traced. And what important is that we ensure the protection of data. So again, this is one of the experts' opinions, and a lot could be changed, in fact. However, should data be immense, it's important to find out about the linkages between different bits and pieces of the data. You could use this data for different purposes, for production, for safety, for tracking, and so on. And you, by doing so, are able to make an adequate decision then. And there is a chance actually to visualize the data as well. So decide where you could use it and so on. I would like to continue actually. In my humble opinion, actually, should we compare all of the banks worldwide, then in Kazakhstan, banks actually could be compared in terms of transactions, right? However, if we make the comparison in terms of how many innovations we have in digitalizing oil and gas, then we could come up to really positive results. And yes, indeed, we do have a chance to rely upon that data, and that data could be also trustworthy. So we have to study whether there is any legal restrictions or legal obstacles. Yes, indeed, that conversation is going on, and we haven't shared that data. The data coming not only from the data source, but also from the governmental officials and regulators. And yes, indeed, abroad, there's a whole institution dealing with data interpretation. And the idea behind it is that every single data universe is based on different types of sources of information. However, the problem was related to the fact that it is pretty diverse. So why not to keep all the data in one place? So 63 terabyte of data, instead of keeping it in one place, we could actually have it in one place. So we don't just have one data center, we only one data center, and we could use different applied technologies for usage, for tracking, and we could provide actually temporary access to that. And we're not going to be providing you with the full-fledged directive, but let's have a look at how this could work. Yes, indeed, we could ensure the efficiency of data and seek for it. There's one more answer to your question. I wanted to respond. I talked on behalf of TCO, a Kazakh company, and we've been having immense tempo in terms of digitalization. And we have really ambitious goals. We get information, a detailed one from different sources. We do have AI, machine learning, and they use data, and perhaps TCO could be acting as fintech, who knows. Good afternoon. My name is Irike. I work for informational systems. So my question is as follows. So for the last few years in AI and data science, could you please tell us about the demand? And in the future, what is your prognosis? And once you hire experts, do you firstly look at the academic data, or do you actually take into account the practical experience? I just wanted to find out. So in terms of your first question, so the forecast actually, we don't have a statistics. I'm afraid to make a mistake. However, the AI attitude has changed, and the name of this forum is AI and Data Science. And of course, there's a lot of details into it, and the people in the future are going to be relying on AI. ChatGPT is one of the references. And in accordance with the specialties in oil and gas, in my humble opinion, data science and AI is going to be an integral part of your knowledge. Should you know that, you will be very valuable. And once we hire, we look both at the academic experience and your practical experience. So again, should you work for a different company or should you be engaged in data science project, we still need your practical experience. So perhaps the question is not for me, but I wanted to comment it on from the point of view of the production. So we gathered a couple of gigabyte of information for our clients, and our clients keep saying that we want to make sure that we teach the machines. We started the operations like machine learning, and that would be great actually to have those opportunities. And we need, other sorts of information. It could be TCO, it could be a contracting and subcontracting company. And should there be a work in synergy, then we could have it all together under one package. Let me respond as well. Let me say that the demand is really high, and for instance, one company, ML, is not similar to the other, and should we speak, specifically about oil and gas. Why shouldn't TCO become a fintech? Because every single field is unique. They do have different geology characteristics. They have different, different setups, different settings, and if we hire a person, we also hire students who have just graduated university. We don't demand any practice, and during the initial stage, they go through the probation period, and then we hire for the permanent contract. Thank you. I have a question in regards to professional orientation. Yes, we hire an engineer, for instance, right? He used to be having a practical experience in the sector. However, we realize that if we get engaged in a niche area, then the individual is to have a baseline in oil and gas. Of course, if the individual would study physics and then decided to go for data science, then everything goes fine because there's intonation in that sector. However, there's a difference. You gotta operate with the information. Of course, there has to be an expert. We are proud of Cerebro, and so we have scientists and a great, actually, they gotta have a great experience. Actually, there's no. And so we used to be having a data science, and the second one would have the additional background. And we had the mathematician with the digital background, but he had different background information in organic chemistry, biology, and so on. And yes, of course, predominantly there could be the mixture of so actually two people have to work together. And if three people work together, then you can lose the time, And sometimes, people having different specialties working together, working in synergy, they may come up to a final decision easily. So it's only 5% of information that gets processed, and we used to be having a pilot, and in that pilot, you gotta create a model. And 1 year later, for instance, no matter what happens, the parameters could be changed, indicators could be changed, but still, the AI may not be able to find a solution. But every single day, we try to do our best. We try to download the models. However, the model that is learned, that is trained how to do things, somehow is close to perfection. You gotta have the oil person, and the people who work with the direct data. So the individual goes out to the field. However, the interpretation really often is provided by the female officers. And once we completed the pilot, we came out to a conclusion that one data had all of the parameters. When we made the statistical analysis of the data, we completed this visualization, and we found one abnormality, and we came up to a conclusion that
Чем больше копаете, то это выходит в этой сфере очень много. Есть вопрос? Добрый день, меня зовут Данияр. По ответу ваших вопросов, последний, еще один вопрос. Вот мы смотрим, вы говорите, что есть профильная сфера, нефть.
experts in certain areas, and traditional data science is something that will be belonging to the program developers. Don't you think that there is high time for additional specialties? We gotta have a data science developers. There has to be subject matter experts to work together. Shouldn't be there a new specialty invented? We don't work in this sector. So, and of course, we would like to convey a message over to the Ministry of Education and perhaps some of the institutions and educational facilities could be interested in that. So, up until the moment when the individual understands our work, our specifics, it is not possible actually to start something off, and you're not going to be getting ready the recipes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody is going to be giving you a final solution should you study some specialty. We have only 1 minute left. I wanted to ask you, right now, the raw materials are not limitless, And the minus of solar energy is that the dust gets accumulated on solar panels. So my question is, can't we place the windshields that will be cleaning out the solar panels? That's a right question to ask. However, so what is the problem actually? You could place a cleaning robot. There's going to be an additional cost for the main technology. Should a solar panel be ensuring a return of investment for 25 years, then there's going to be a return of investment 50 years. You know, you could place a regular windshield from a car, and then it's going to be just cleaning the thing up. So I'm a 10th grade student, so you know you may start off a startup and prove that this is going to be a solution, and that is going to be cost-worthy. You know what the adults do. You know we ask for evidence-based practice, and should you find such an effective technology, then we will be using it. Thank you. So with this, the panel discussion is over. We have exhausted our time. Very interesting discussion. I have heard a lot of interesting things today. So I'd like to say that we got to use this chance, and we will send you over the link to our LinkedIn profile. So please subscribe, and thank you for coming. Thanks a lot to the speakers. Thank you and goodbye. Let's have a nice picture together. Thank you. We would like to greet you and welcome you to the next session, which is devoted to industrial revolution within the industry of Kazakhstan. Today we have Arman Bekimbayev, system engineer, space systems, the best engineer of Kazakhstan 2017, and he is also the general director of Space Lab LLP. We also have Awilbek Takjanov, General Director, Pre-Manhattan, and he deals with developments of powder metallurgy. So let us greet him. And we also have Leonid Jabrev, General Director, Arkoba, LLP, metal 3D printing, VAM technology, large-scale 3D printing, and Dmitry Dogatkin, researcher, smart engineering, named after Davlet Zirikbayev. I would like to ask you to have a presentation. So let me talk about myself and my background. So those are the current positions that I currently have. So I have lots of engagements. I'm the data scientist, chief scientific officer. I'm also a data scientist at Mind, who became the winner Astana Hub battle, and from recently I chair at more machine learning department. Thank you. So I believe that we may start off with the presentations, and now let me give the floor to Mr. Arman Bekimbayev. Please, can we have it on a screen? And the clicker is yours now. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be with you here today. Thank you so much for your introduction. Yes, you didn't mention about your background in 3D printing. Ivan used to be working in Hong Kong Center for Adaptive Technologies. He was running his survey there, and he is aware about different types of 3D printing, and he was a consultant while we were developing our 3D printers. He is a great specialist in terms of adaptive technology. So let me talk to you about Space Lab. We started working in 2021, and the motto is the space starts from the Earth. What does this mean? Every single technology, we concentrate on two technologies. What am I supposed to do? I'm pressing it, not moving. So, okay, there it is. So, we started in 2021, and now we develop two types of industrial 3D printers. So we use plastics, and we concentrate on commercial type, and for 6 months in a row we've been working on low temperature printers, which is good to go for implants and could be used in medicine, as well as the 3D printers available to print components for space and in space. However, we've been settling down the issues that have to do with the Earth. We have implemented 10 successful projects. We have 15 partners, to include those working in telecom. So, because one of the projects has to do with sovereign comms for Internet of Things. We call this Internet of Very Important Things. And our company, in fact, is a construction bureau. We have 20 professional engineers. I'm a space engineer myself. I used to be working at Garash Sapara, and then I worked for Galam. And in order to develop space industry, we need to attract private investments. Could you have the next slide demonstrated, please? So thank you. In terms of the history of our company, back in 2021, we received our first grant from Atomic Chem for the first 3D printer production. We have gone through a couple of accelerations by Nuris. We also have participated in different projects in relations to the IoT projects, and Prep University also we became the winner, so top 3 and top 10 award winners, and in the future we plan to launch our solutions to the space. So as you could see, those are the 3D line, and those 3D printers are installed at Alihan Bukikhan University, and together with Abayat Tebali, we've been launching 3D printers production. And our line includes both 30 centimeter and 50 centimeter printers. So those are the printers that are ready for scaling up. And at Eurasian National University, we've started the deployment of the workshop purpose to produce those 3D printers. And the next is construction 3D printing. We started with it, and we want to localize that technology in Kazakhstan. We do have construction 3D printers, however, we want them to get updated. So we also do have our own discovery poly concrete, and actually, you know that 3D printers have to be concentrating on the material, you know, and if you need to develop a 3D printer, you need to have your own raw material. And in terms of the obstacles and challenges that we've been facing so far, so why did we decide to deal with additive technology? Since you work in the airspace, you don't operate in short periods of time, you know. You have long period of time envisaged, up to 50 years and so on. So additive printing is going to be everywhere. So any production is going to do with additive printing. It is cost saving, and we will be really the true cost saver, and the most efficient technology is additive printing, and that's why it's going to be disseminated everywhere. We need it here in Kazakhstan, since this is a top technology. It's going to be the nuclear of any production. So why are we dealing with this matter? You know, there's easier replacement, easier maintenance, and so on. So what makes us the best? 3D printers actually pretty heavy, you know, and the industrial 3D printers have to be heavy in order to ensure the mechanical stability. However, they do have really good characteristics. They are 1.5-fold less expensive compared to the similar models. So a Cell 300, the printer that you have exposed just in the next pavilion, the Chinese printers are pretty equal. But however, we can provide maintenance here locally. So should we supply you with a 3D printer, we will provide you a value-added package, so the maintenance is included. So what do? We produce the products for Kazakhstan University. So it's 70 cubic centimeters, and now 3D printer is being charged, and it works perfectly well for 3D printing. And in terms of additive printing, this is the way forward for us. You know, we are pure industry-oriented 3D printers. You know, the industry is not mature yet for 3D printing. However, we have no doubts that they will become more mature. And Kazakhstan, the plant that we have in Astana, they asked us for 3D printing solutions, and we actually produce not only for Kazakhstan. There used to be a company located in Karaganda So they stopped, producing those 3D printers. Why did they stop? Because the industry was not mature, However, the medical personnel members are ready. The doctors are great researchers currently because they give birth to technology, uh, tens per day. This is how many patents Kazakhstan generates. Kazakhstan might become a medical hub and healthcare hub for the region. And we could help them out. Because we printed the heart, which we demonstrated to Dr. Pa, our great cardiac surgeon, and they used it in order to test it before the surgery. So that's a full-fledged 3D printed heart made of rubber with all of the vessels to include aorta and valves and so on. So this is the way forward, So please use interesting, innovative works where prototyping is really needed. Industry is not ready for prototyping. However, it is something that you can do. And what we have done so far, we work in traumatology, and we had 3D printing both for lab work and for prosthesis. And many injured patients need to go for commercial suppliers. However, those processes leave much to be desired because they have to be individually customized made. And it is not additive technology, It's always about individual characteristics. It's always about individual treatment of the patient. So again, maintenance, warranty, training, everything comes in one package. So here comes our team, and you could see our top management. Alexander Bычков now works at Kaz Innovations as technical director and technical expert. Artem Sisanenko deals with industrial 3D printing. Gaulian is now in the States. He deals with finance, law, deals with SLS 3D printers for plastics, and the engineers that you see on the bottom will help you out in order for you to develop your spare parts, and they will help you out in terms of installation. So here comes our contacts, and if there is an interest, we'll be more than glad to collaborate with you and partner. And working in Kazakhstan is a really joy, because so we are all together. Let us build a true new Kazakhstan based on trustworthiness and transparency. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Arman. The next speaker. So please put it on the screen. Avilbek Tukjanov. Good afternoon. Dear guests and friends, and thank you, Ivan, for your invitation. I would like to thank the organizers for putting it all together. The plenary session, the audience is not full. However, a small initiative starts with small steps. Those who have their startups long ago now became millionaires. So the additive manufacturing is something that really has the perspective. And this is a great topic to deal with, and I think that it has to embrace the industry as it is. And I put on a screen the definition for what additive manufacturing technology is, in terms of metals, the most important is to make sure that the powders are sphere-based. So here comes the wording that was taken from the founder of powder engineering. In New York, pretty soon there's going to be a forum devoted to powder industry. So you could have a look at what spare parts can be produced with the help of the 3D printer. And starting from 2020, we've been expressing our interest in 3D printing. However, we were interested predominantly in materials, in raw materials. So the question was, what are we going to be using as a raw material? So what we have started with, so we represented the powders of carbon powders, and we converted that into a paste, and then we would put that paste on the glass surface, and that surface was conducting heat, and the subject would be heated. So those were the heaters for our European clients, and then we started working with the powders, and we got in contact with our partners. And this is the transnational company that was established over 8 years ago. They have a lot of real cases, and 30 plus experts work in that sector, and their office is located in Poland and Ukraine. So you could see brief information in regards to innovative technology for additive printings, enabling your ideas. There's a brief about every single stage of production. So today what we deal with is transfer of technology. So Arman said it rightfully, they started from scratch. Yes, indeed, they do have a wide range of different experts, and yes, indeed, within Kazakhstan, the industry is being developed. However, in order to keep up, we need to ensure transfer of technologies. And together with our partner company, IIMG, we're ready to move this business forward and develop additive technologies in Kazakhstan. So this is the virtually integrated approach in order to make sure that the technical objective from designing to certification of the product is ensured. So from design, from the project, all the way down to the spare part, to the product, plus the lab opportunities. So what technology equipment line is, it includes ultrasound, plasma, and 3D printing. So actually, for 3D printing over the metal, you gotta have a sphere-based powder, as I said. So this is the problem that we have faced so far while trying to introduce that in production. So the initiative was provided by the performance and the industry presented by the national companies actually suggested us developing the sphere iodization in order to make sure that we could use that for 3D printing. The ultrasound atomization, you could see the detailed description of the technology on your screen. So this is one of the methods that you could potentially use. And our company, together with our partner, plans to actually have this plasma spherization. We think that this is the most optimal way forward, and our companies, I won't list them, they produce the solutions. It's not possible to be used for 3D printing, and therefore you need to have a spherization. And we're ready to produce spherization together with our European partners. So here comes the sets and the way they produce it in China. So you could see how efficient those are. So here's sterilization for raw earth, tantalum. So here comes the initial phase, so sponge-like and sphere-based. So the 3D printer is able to make the ideal spare part in accordance with the design. So here comes the list of components and metals that could be used for 3D printing, and IAMG uses as well. So the selective plasma melting for metals is the next stage that our raw materials go through, and our partner also uses this approach. So those are the parts, just a portion of it that have already been produced. So you could see different types of valves, and here's the chevron acceleration. So any spare parts that are out of order. So here comes the pelvic titanium processes. So here's our partner, high-level expert, and our company actually is ready to implement one of the projects that was offered actually to be run at the expenses of the subsoil users as a part of 1% R&D expenses. You know that the subsoil users are ought to spend up to 1% of their incomes for R&D, and we submitted an application, and the terms of reference was sent over to the companies, and Tech Garden is now considering that proposal. So they've been looking at over 300 different applications at the moment, and our submission is one of those submissions. So with this, I would like to complete my presentation and thank the moderator and the organizers. Thank you. Thank you for such an interesting presentation, and we're now going to be listening to the next reporter, Leonid Zhabrev, please. So your presentation will be put on a screen. Good afternoon. So today I will talk to you about the New Materials and Additive Technology Center, which is one of the Tech Garden projects. So it could be subtractive method or traditional ones, including the melting and mechanical processing. So we do have the large spare part, got rid of the material, and then while getting rid of it, we had the waste, and it could be the recycled raw materials, and additive technology allows us to actually print layer by layer, in a very delicate manner, in a selective manner, so whatever we need, and we get to have many more pluses. The first plus is customization. 3D printing is about exclusive fulfillment of the requirements of the client. So those could be unique features. We don't need to adapt our line. We don't need to purchase the bulk size components and so on. So this is the old presentation. So I will deviate from whatever you see on the screen. So I would like to talk about the 6 positive characteristics. So number 1 is speed. 3D printing almost doesn't have any shortages in this regard, and that's one. And efficiency that results in environmental friendly performance. So scaling up, we could actually print a small product and the product up to the working facility, and sometimes the difference could be really immense. We could also place into a workshop, place lots of different details and localization, actually, to having a 3D printer, having the operator. It's not about a large amount of material. We could produce locally. We don't need to think about the logistics. And starting from 2019, after the pandemic, everybody started thinking about how you could produce locally. And it is really attractive, actually, to have a warehouse for 3D models and print custom in a customized manner for the given client, and not having vast shelves full of metal parts and so on, or any other metals, or any other parts. So in Almaty, there's going to be a new center created, the new materials and technologies, and it is going to be consolidating competencies in 3D printing and about the subservient users in terms of where those could be used and what conditions could be created for 3D printing. So the first technology that we picked is sand binder jetting, or gluing the sand. And actually talking about the binder jetting, it could be for metal, for ceramics, for composite materials. The huge plus is that they don't have the high temperature phase. So consequently, they don't have the complications of printing. So we print the ready product, right? We don't pay attention to the phase conversions, right? So in fact, so I think the sand actually gets injected into the form, and then the next layer of sand acts as the connector, right? And in accordance with the model, we get the forms glued for the printing, and then with the help of special vacuum, the extra sand that we didn't use is going to be vacuumed, and all is left is the form itself. So this allows us to do very complex configurations. We could have more high-tech details, and the details that may not be produced with the conventional methods. And at the lower part, you could see the technical parameters of the printer, and its capacity is less than 1 cubic meter, and it is industrial, and it fits ideally actually for small batch production. And we picked this technology just to pay your attention that the end product is the form, not the detail, right? So we don't need to certify, and intuitively it is more understandable for industry. They don't print the final spare part, they print the form, and actually the sand could be recycled. And the technology that I was dealing with for over 5 years in St. Petersburg University, wire arc additive manufacturing. Let me talk to you about the specifics of our printer. I think that everybody saw it already. So this is the adaptive control over the printing. So at first age we sliced it, we built the strategy for the movement of the burner, we printed the first layer and we have it scanned in order to track all of the deficiencies and corrections to be made. And this allows us to automate the process and make the operator not make him less competent, but to give him a chance not to think about metallurgy, kinematics of the robot. The operator is the operator, right? And he or she may remain to be an operator, and there's no need for finish polishing. So again, there's a spare part, and in case. So anyway, the surfaces that need to be processed or polished, they could be polished and prepared. So the benefits. If we compare them within the additive printing, that's the most comfortable 3D printing for metals. So we use wires versus powders. So it is 5 times less expensive. And in terms of laser, for instance, the power is, of course, less expensive. So that we use industrial welding machines that are less expensive as well and less complex. So the size is not limited. So there's a reference. Relativity Space had one, which is a top startups, one of the most expensive worldwide. So those are the competitors of SpaceX. So they print the spare parts for rockets, and maximum size is not limited. So robots would use special elevators. Now they just converted the printer, and it can print horizontally. So actually, what they're able to do is to be lifted all the way up to 13 meters. So the third technology is a well-known SLS technology. So selective laser sintering, and actually the plus is that the details don't need any final polishing. So those are the ready, good-looking plastic components that we could use in different panels. It's ideal for prototyping, good quality, and the technology allows us to work with composite materials, ceramics and glass. And in this case, we're not going to be having the most advanced, but a necessary printer for Kazakhstan. And the fourth technology that actually was developed lately. So there's going to be 2 centers. Center for New Technologies and Addictive Technologies and Robotics Center. So in case if we have Cook's robots and having extruder, we could have prototypes produced with high speed. Over here it's 12 kilograms per hour, and I'd like to say that the large-scale FDM is one of the trends of the most recent years. So Fornext exhibition had a lot of companies that demonstrated their systems. So the products is 3D printing products. You can make a spare part, make a prototype, or have R&D. And as a result, understand the necessity in regards to the future use and so on, and have one of the actually options that is going to be available for subsoil users as well. And I would like everyone who has an interest to send your sketches over to us, since at the moment we intend to choose the peripheric equipment, and you are the participants to the pricing process, and by placing an interesting offer, you could decide where we're going to be striving for. So it's important actually to get the feedback from the industry players. And here comes the calculation of the price, development of the methodology for testing, if that methodology is not existing, and the spare part. And what's more important is that thank you for that. So that was a really thorough review of new technologies, and we're going to be listening to the final report, the Gatkin Dmitry. So please. I'm the researcher at Smart Engineering, named after Davlet Sirikbayev, and we already mentioned about additive technologies in medicine. I have a specialization in technical medicine, and I have prepared the presentation about our Center of Excellence, where we use additive technologies, and one of our major sectors is medicine and healthcare. So the major areas where we use 3D printing is dental services, small parts, and individual prostheses. And I'm going to be showing you the references to works that we have already completed at our Center of Excellence. And the first is dental services. So we keep working with the dental labs of our city, and we produce different 3D technologies for them, so selective plasma melting of powders, and those are the foundations for tooth replacement materials. So 3D printing actually allows us to print very precise foundations. So once you need to make processes of half of the jaw, for instance, while printing, having the relatively large scales, the precision sometimes using the conventional methods leaves much to be desired, but 3D printing allows us for more precision and for the best results on the contrary. So and 3D printing is as reliable as metal-based, and one of the factors is that we get the shrinking material, and in this case you could fix the processes in the jaw, and it actually enhances the agdasia of ceramics. And the next is small parts and prototyping. So 3D printing is used for small batches, and the preference is that there is no need to having any specific device purchased. However, in case if they deal with a large scale parts, then it's not that worth it. It's not worth it. However, while having a need for prototyping, in case if there's a necessity to make an adjustment, then you could actually have the 3D printing instead of having expensive solutions. And one of the examples for such a product made by our center is a medical implant. The stilla based, and you could see it on your slides. So this was done for for the spine. So it was made in partnership with traumatology center, and 3D printing preference was used. It's possible to use the detail with the very complex geometry. So you could see that the cage has porosity, volumized porosity, and precise 3D printing allows you to create totally controlled porosity levels, and this is the specifics for this detail. We used it on purpose in order to have the part less, in order to avoid the screening effect. This is the metal implant, and the bone shouldn't be degrading. And in this case, we made the implant, and the porosity and density is comparable to the bone density. And as I said to you before, the porosity index matters, especially when you work with the parts for caging for spine, for instance. You use it when there's a hernia in patients, that gets resected, and over 15 people were having the surgical intervention because of hernia. And we also deal with individual prostheses, and in case, as it was said before, the preference is that there's no need to any additional equipment. Each and every product gets developed individually for the patient, so each and every one of them is unique. The speed of printing also matters, and it is something really important. And you need those prostheses in case if the eye is injured. As you can see in the upper part, when the orbit gets injured, then it could have consequences in terms of sensitivity, or as a driving incident, the patient might be having his or her scalp injured. So you need to take into account the structure of the scalp, the specifics of trauma. And one more area which is really important is oncology-related diagnosis, and I will demonstrate one of the works completed by our center. And over here you could see the short description of how we made the processes. The patient with cancer had the surgery. The lower part of the jaw was replaced by the implant, and the patient had appointments, regular appointments, and once cancer was defeated, the center, thanks to the CT scanning, managed to print the missing part of the bone, and we actually thought about how we could fix it, the symmetry of the face, the appearance of the patient was restored, and that prosthesis was made of titanium powder, and you could see the process. So this is how the processes look like before the thermal processing and chemical processing and polishing, and at the same time this process is empty inside. So we had little holes through which we took those powders off. So last year, back in August, that process was actually installed, and you could see the X-ray after the surgery. So since our center is a part of the university, we deal with project activities and healthcare, and medicine is our core partner. So Traumatology Institute and Oncology and Radiology National Center, Medical University in Simi, and National Center for Neurosurgery. Those are our partners, and we work with physical entities and legal entities in traumatology, and we permanently work with dental clinics in our city. And you could see our contact details. So here's our reference material. So this is all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dmitry. And now we're going to be having a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and you'll be given a chance to ask a question. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for this presentation. So we teach industrial design and 3D modeling, taking into account different lines, so laser machines for 3D printing. So I'm interested to find out, so what machine do you use? You know, we use AutoD and Fusion, and we want to shift over to LIDAT and use Remedy for that. So you said about incorporating the MRI imaging. So in what programs do you convert, and in what programs do you model? Well, in terms of the class of points in medical, we open DCOM files. So the machines for CT, and we treat those files in depot, and there's a 3D slicer that could work with this data, and we also do have classified software made by Materialized Mimics Innovation Suite, and you could also use those for modeling purposes. I would like to add, so talking about the industry again, and the model, SolidWorks, there's nothing better than that, because you could verify for density. Actually, I'm talking about the medical, many medical products that produce the MRI, they convert into the format for 3D printing. However, while working with doctors, it's not that easy. All right, whatever you get eventually is not something that you might need. And in this case, we use Blender. We use Blender, and, it just adds the information that was created by the medical software. So we download the data for 3D model, and they use Consisa, and they use D4. More questions? Good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Daniel Tersejan, Technology Center, University of Simi. So in our center, we use the technology that has a lot of plastic waste, and of course we need to recycle them. However, my question has to do more with big. So the powder metals, they also do have the waste, the metal waste. I mean, can we have them collected actually and have it, recycled as powders so that we could have the trade-in eventually and get powder. So while using sphere-based powders, it is minimum cost and the waste is minimum as well. And while using the catalyst, it could be possible. However, we haven't had lab tests so far, and I hope that perhaps we will have a chance to have those as well. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mikhail, ENG Consulting. So my question in regards to 3D printing of plastics. So in order to print this plastic sphere with a precision of 0.1 millimeters, we have to spend 24 hours. So what is the complexity to speed up the printing? So is it the speed of 3D printers movement, the speed of cooling off the printer, cooling off the materials? So is it possible during 10 years to have it printed not for 24 hours but for 30 minutes? So if possible, let me talk to you as a speaker, as my work would do with composite materials and polymers. We do have the technology for polymer printing and volume, which is polymerization, where polymerization takes seconds. It's volume photopolymerization, and you could have up to 35 millimeter chrome for seconds, and this is something that is available already. And we could look at the current status of the market from 2018 through 2023, and the speed of available industrial 3D printers is almost there and ensured, and the diameter of 2.4 millimeters became the standard, and physically there is a concern between the speed of printing, and we could have this actually adjusted. However, in XY, we're still going to be having the diameter issues. In order to have it speeded up, we need to change the diameter. However, there's work with 3D printing, and again, the physics is the obstacle. We will need to have either other approaches like polymer, or we need to sacrifice the beauty of the 3D detail. However, the market is going to be adjusted to the dynamics, and the tiles, for instance, will be made of 1 millimeter layers. So all of the details will be more or less looking the same. So Leonid told us about this already. And one more question in regards to price. So the price of granulation for plastics is tenfold less than plastics for 3D printing. So what is the difference in why plastic for 3D printing is tenfold more expensive. It's a 3D printing related phenomenon. Such companies as Rus Engineering, who invented 3D printing, Bossa Free, that was disseminated worldwide. They produce precision plastics, allowing to have better surface. There's an addition for precision, for packaging, and for a non-mass market. There's something that you gotta be delivering, you know. So the spin could be 2.5 kilograms, 5 or 10, you know. Dosaging in terms of granulation is a process that needs a precision filiere, and there's a pretty complex production processes. And for that, actually, they take additional money. Not for the components in regards to the materials, but for the entire complex, together with chemistry, paints, and 3D printing. Because we have classical bed plastics, and for 3D printing, we use bed G plastics. Any more questions? I would also like to find out, SLS printers for metals are pretty expensive technology. So in Astana there is a branch office, and you could arrange the internships for students. Is there any packages, commercial ones in Almaty, or non-commercial office for internships for students? As far as I'm concerned, you mean the SLM technology, right? Powder printers. SLS is plastic, SLS is metal. So SLM. In Kazakhstan, we have 5 printers, and we have one in North Kazakhstan University, the Chinese. Dmitry will tell you precisely today during the conversation. We mentioned about one more company. Well, overall, in terms of selective plasma sintering, there's one printer that we have here at the East Kazakhstan in Uspeno-Milogorsk. There's one, Garish Sapari, Nazarbayev University had one, and some private entities have it. They use it not for training, you know, they use it for dental services. As far as I know, in Almaty there is one more 3D printer for a dental clinic, but it's not university. More questions? I think that we may try international cooperation, and I know that actively KBTU has been partnering with tens of universities, and they had interesting projects, and this is something that attracts foreign partners. Cornell University has a shortage of qualified personnel members, and it's interesting for them since their equipment is to be intensively used. But in terms of the technologies of 10 months, then one of the objectives is to train, and as soon as the equipment pops up, then the partners are ready to look for cases. At Saint Mart, we'll be glad to invite you to join the company in case that there's a mutual interest. I wanted to add, so firstly you need to have experts, and 3D printers could be brought tomorrow, but you need to have, requests, because it's all about the business, and you need to have raw materials. It has to be either local raw materials, and we have faced the phenomenon that should this project be evolving, they would need a standardization, and for each and every material there has to be lab surveys, and you gotta have the conditions as well as the 3D printer. However, the question is, you need to have active customers, and you need to have industry, it could be medical, it could be aerospace, and so on. If the community supports this, then I think that this process is going to be continued. So again, at Nazarbayev University, they do have this printer. However, they are not being used, and KBTU purchased the printer and powders. And powders in different countries cost differently. So you got to be thinking ahead, train the personnel members, and move step by step. So our vision is to have it together with the partner, have the material base, have the raw materials, and work with the sphere-based powder. So this is our aim, and then we will see how it goes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your question? I have a question to Olga. So you mentioned that your problem is that the powders don't come in sphere.
Вы ранее говорили, что у вас проблема, что у вас порошки предоставляются не в форме не сферовидной, не сферические, а как кругленькие. И мне интересно, как
And I'm interested to know.
делать шаровидными.
You make them sphere-based.
И мне интересно, кто сейчас вам делает их, ваши иностранные партнеры, или вы делаете...
Who makes those for you? Is it made in Kazakhstan or abroad? So actually there's a facility, the large industrial facilities who extract the ore, and then they do have the rare earths. However, that powder is not sphere-based, and today the spheric form could be made by spherodizator, but therefore, firstly, you have to make the spheric powder, and you receive the submission. However, there is no sense to bring this spherodizing equipment or sphere printer by saying that we're going to be making one spare part again. I'm going to reiterate. So firstly is the raw materials and the powders that could be good for 3D print. They need to be a sphere. So you want to do it in Kazakhstan? I'm so interested. So we're going to be making it for the client. The client is a subsoil user. At the moment, the powder costs $300 if it is sphere. That is good to go. For 3D printing, it is going to cost a couple of fold more expensive. So you make wheat, right? Whether it is good, to sell a wheat or to sell flour. However, if we're going to be making, bread or pasta out of, wheat, then the price is going to be even higher. Thank you. More questions?
Здравствуйте. Я бы хотел бы спросить насчет
I wanted to ask you.
управления с
about the medical. I wanted to ask you about the bone prostheses. Can't you use that mechanics in order to have it to get rid of the metal parts in order for the patient not to have the source for metal erosion inside the body. And is it possible for you to have it introduced in mass production in order to help out the people with disability? If yes, then how often, how soon? In terms of poisoning with metals, yes, there are some metals when they react with the organism, they actually lead to the pollution. Well, titanium is biocompatible. It's because of oxide layer, it protects the body from the ions, and titanium is totally safe for the body. And of course, the polymer implants for the spine, our printer actually is purpose for metal powders, but in fact there are some implants made of polymers, and this is in regards to the poisoning. Second chance for people with disabilities. Cage is used for recovery period after the surgery because of hernia. So there has to be a distance created between those two spines in order for them not to press the nerves. Sometimes pressing up the nerves lead to negative consequences. For that, you need to have a cage. However, if the injury is mass, then this is not going to help. So allow me please to add, in regards to polymers for implants, a pretty perspective. Materials popped up. Polyterakidon, for instance, the compatibility is really high. It's even better than in case of titanium. And by the way, in Kazakhstan, they started surveys on adding up some of the coats over the implant. So they add antibiotics and special medications that foster the recovery, and it's also a polymer, and it gets dissolved throughout the time. So there's a necessary substance being released to the body. I can tell you for sure that in terms of implanting, both of the technologies get used, both in terms of plastics and in terms of metal. For instance, if there's a large bone, you could make it of plastics. However, if you need to have it fixed with the other bone, you've got to have the metal parts. In terms of the polymer processes, then you better go to the Nazarbayev University, to the biological printing lab. Thank you very much. Clear. More questions? If no questions, then we would like to thank our speakers and close the session. Thank you and goodbye.
Интересную сессию. Я думаю, что спикерам можно будет задать вопросы, если они у вас есть, и после панельной сессии. Спасибо, что приняли участие. Спасибо, что пришли нас послушать. Всего хорошего.
Иван, спасибо вам. Спасибо.